Blah 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 woof woof. Blah 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 woof woof indeed. Hey there, guys. Wait, check my check. Oh yeah, we're working. Shadow, thank you very much for that resub. I don't know, this guy, dude. He just keeps showing up for the past, I don't know how many years. How are you doing, Shadow? Hey there, Orc. Or should I say, yo. Welcome in, welcome in. Lone Wolf, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Let me drag you alone. Are you gonna make your own 69? What the heck? Well, even if I wanted to, I could make you the 69 badge. Because that doesn't exist as a time period in Twitch, the 69. So, yeah. You're gonna make it real. You're gonna message Twitch. You're gonna make a movement so that they add 69. There's my OBS. There's my OBS. We don't need that. We do need that. I don't need that. Let's drag Lone in. Just gonna drag Lone all over the place.
Hello.
Hey there, Lone.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Is it good? Okay.
Okay. You are doing something that sounds shady, Shadow. That sounds very shady. You're doing something. Okay. Lotus should join. I don't know when, but she should.
Yeah.
Don't question it. Oh, what the heck? You with your don't question it. Actually, you with escapes don't question it.
I'll pilot.
I'm on. Let's go.
Okay, a question for you, Lone.
Yes.
Do you still not want to do the dailies?
The what now?
The dailies.
The dailies. I
Yes,
do not
daily
know how to
challenges.
do them.
You just do whatever it says to do.
Okay.
Are you in the world?
I'm in my world. Yeah.
Okay, press K.
Did I join?
I do not know what it is on the thing, controller. You just press K on the mousepad. No, on a mousepad on the keyboard.
Okay. Yeah.
And there you should see all the challenges.
The community one? Solo.
No, not the community, the solo ones.
I have prisons open.
I got one narco there at the checkpoint.
In
Yes.
Levitt that.
But
in
my
extreme
question is,
difficulty.
do you want to do them or not?
I guess. Sure. Yeah. I'm down for anything. Yeah. Whatever you want.
All right. I'm asking because the first one, you have to do it yourself.
Okay.
But I am teleporting right now. I'm already done with it. I'm teleporting right now,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna send you or actually try and join. You, yeah, my young OG, what the heck? You're in your world too, it's awesome. I don't think we're talking about the same kind of world, Shadow. Are you joining? No.
Invite.
You shouldn't need.
Invite.
I didn't send you one. I sent you one now.
I got it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You should be able to join anyway,
Yeah,
even without the
I'm
invite
joining.
as well.
I was in my room. I didn't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Join you.
If you go to the lobby, then you should be able to join me. As long as I don't have it locked. Which I didn't. And don't.
Low bowling up, doing the dailies.
No. Shadow's talking nonsense. Don't listen to him.
No, I know. I don't like explosive shadows. Sadly, I'm not the
Sadly? What do you mean
explosive
sadly? The heck?
I don't like explosives. I like to do
So you
everything quiet.
would
I'll fly.
blow me
No,
up
no.
if you would like explosives.
No.
Wow. Just wow,
I didn't say
Lone.
that.
Just wow, Lone.
You just
See what kind of teammates I have to deal with.
Team. Wow.
What? You're not my teammate? You're not even my teammate? Wow, Lone. Just wow again. I can't wait for Lotus to join to mess with her as well. Okay, you do have parachute, yeah?
Yeah, I do. I do have a parachute.
Okay, you see the small road below us?
Small road.
Land
I
on
see
it.
a forest. Right now?
Yes,
Okay.
unless you want to die. Here, I'm gonna show you where, approximately. This road that I'm on.
Oh, I'm coming.
Oh my goodness,
Just a
where
bit off
did
course. It's
you...
fine. They won't see me. I'm super sneaky.
Goodness. Okay, then just come here. You're already being
I
suspected.
asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Sending our intel on enemy positions.
Okay, open these thingies, cages. I'm not your teammate. What the heck? I just want to see you crash, Amber. I know you do, Shadow. I know you do. Come on, one more at least.
Yeah, I just not trying to get bad guys.
That's not gonna work. You should have gotten that. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. That's all you needed to do.
Okay. Those are for the cases,
right? Yeah, indirectly.
Okay.
Okay. I'll check if you've done it. Press K again, and if the first one is done.
No. It says in Libertad, in extreme difficulty.
What? The first one. The 3 prisons
Yeah,
opened.
the first. No, I didn't count.
What?
I think I'm not on extreme difficulty.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Teleport to Libertad Bravo.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Now good. Let me know when you are teleporting.
Teleport.
Libertad Bravo. It's where we started, just west of here.
I'm teleporting now.
Trying to teleport at the same time. Hopefully it's gonna reset.
That's my bad. I didn't know that my game was set
That's all
to
good.
lower difficulty. I think I set it to lower difficulty because I was doing the main missions because I didn't want to play it on extreme on my first playthrough.
Yeah, let me also write Lotus meanwhile.
Difficulty. Yeah,
You
I'm on
go ahead
advanced.
and change that to extreme.
Yeah, yep. It is on extreme.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
all good. Give me a second. Actually, you go ahead and
Okay.
and fly. You have the cages marked,
Yeah.
so that's where we should go.
I've been playing some ADC.
The what?
Hades.
Okay.
It's been fun.
What?
It's been fun.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna jump out now. Good luck.
What the heck? You're the one that needs the good luck. I'm already done with this.
No, I meant.
Or are you saying good luck for yourself? You don't have to push me out, Shadow. I jumped myself. The heck? It's like pushing me all over.
That's why I said good luck. Because he pushed you. That was
Give
all
you a
part of
second,
the
2
plan.
hours. What the heck, Shadow? You can just shoot the things as well. That's faster.
Okay.
Because you're not supposed to get spotted either.
Okay,
Doors up.
it's doing
It worked.
solar
I asked the rebels to
progress
recon the area for us.
1 out of 3,
Okay.
2 out of 3. It's
Did it work?
okay. The challenge bugged out. It's 2 out of 3 now. Does it always do this?
No, it shouldn't. Did you remember there
Yeah, I
were
opened.
guys in all of them? Or
Yeah,
just in
there
2 of
were.
them?
Yeah. I think. Hmm. I didn't see the guys. I just opened.
Okay. Hey there, Lotus.
Hello. How
Hello.
is everyone doing?
Okay. Come away from there alone before you get spotted. Because you're not supposed to get spotted either. Okay. Sure, where are there guys locked up? Maybe here? Maybe. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Let's go to the main road. It's always more fun to push you out. What the Shadow, you are... Wow.
Hello, Shadow. How you doing? Uh-oh.
Come this way, Lotus. You follow
I
the
am.
road. I should bring you to the main road. Actually, we do have a car here.
for a minute there. I just thought I'm playing survival and just gonna run all
You
the
know it
way.
used to be illegal and everything?
Back.
Logging is probably
No,
a good
not
thing for
mind.
Bolivia.
We're not gonna be taking this car.
Oh, no, yep.
It's a two-seater only, so. I'm gonna call one in.
We'll leave a marker so the rebels can pick up the supplies later.
You're an op today. What do you mean you're an op today? Shadow.
I asked Pakatari to send us a vehicle.
Oh yeah, we got
Oh,
your
please tell
helicopter.
me you didn't put it on the...
You can take this car if you want.
You ain't gonna like this, but I ain't got time to argue. Out.
Okay. I'm sorry, NPC.
Sure.
That's what I thought, of course. Oh, convoy.
Yeah.
Where's that?
What the? Oh wait.
I blew up the helo.
Oh, okay. It just fell out of the air on my screen. It like fell off.
Oh yeah, because I blew it up.
No,
What?
there was no helo at all. It just fell.
What the heck?
It just.
Bye,
you
Lotus.
You.
I'm here. No,
Buckle up,
I'm
people.
still here.
On the other side.
I'm getting
Oh,
the
yeah.
minivan. Oh,
I just thought I'd get a nice little view of what's going on.
uh-huh. Yeah, we believe you. Hi, Leo.
Hey there, Leo. Welcome in. Two
Hello,
helicopters
Leo.
down in less than 30 seconds. This must be a record. Wait, huh? No, this is the first helo.
No, he meant the one that we were starting, like the helo that you were in, and that
We
blew
took a
up.
plane there.
No. There was a
Oh, the one
helo
that I called in,
yeah,
you mean?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
right. Well, yeah, that's Pakatari for you.
Yeah, I don't know who that is still.
What do you mean who that is? That's the first person, well, second person that you meet.
Oh, the guy. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's been a while since I did that segment. Yeah.
Did you start from zero now?
No.
Ah,
I
okay.
told you.
I don't know, dude. All I know that you had to do the... Oh no, actually you're right. You said that you have done the first province.
The first faction. Yeah.
The one I broke. Right, that one.
Waved. But Rowan, can you explain what is the 99 cents? Sorry, $99?
Yeah, it's Ubisoft bullshit, is what that is. They released on the 6th of July, so a few days ago, the definitive edition of Wildlands for $99/99 euros, depending on where you are. Which what it is, it's everything. It's like the Ultimate Edition, like what Ultimate Edition was. Used to be.
So they just
Is the base game, is the first and second year pass, and some... In August, there are gonna be some DLCs, which contain things that are already in the game.
wasn't it already thing on Steam though? Like, wasn't it already like a thing that you can buy off Steam, like the year 2 pass and year 1?
But
And
yeah, you can buy them
everything.
separately, or you could at least, I don't know now if you can, but I
Um,
would presume so. But now it's included with that definitive edition.
I see.
And from
Eyes on a
what I
small group of
understood, they did the
tangos.
same thing with
Whoa, fucking guy's got an
the
80.
Division as well.
Target spotted.
And they had a backlash
I've got eyes on the captain.
from that. Okay, there it is. Okay, check first
The drone
if
is
you
here.
still have the first two done.
Yes.
I see a fifth
Yeah,
target.
I
Okay.
have the first two done.
I marked a cage. You have to get there and open it, or open it from a distance without getting spotted.
Marking an enemy.
Having some steak and eggs for breakfast. Can't complain. Hope life is...
I think I'll go there because I can't see.
Okay, up to
Sniper,
you.
top of the tower.
It's a really good combo. Steak and eggs.
For breakfast.
Classic. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They got
steak
alarms
and
rigged
eggs.
up.
A lot of protein.
Drone is airborne.
Never, to be honest, it might sound weird to you guys, but I've never eaten a steak.
That's
Which
not
makes
weird.
sense.
It's not weird.
No,
But
no, I
you
know,
should
but it makes
definitely
sense.
get that.
I asked the rebels to do
No,
a
I
recon of
told
the
you
area.
earlier. Because
Once you open it, get the heck out of there.
He's
it's
dead.
saying 1 out of 3 now. Is this game bugged?
Ah, jeez. Are you serious? Okay, get out of there.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Get out of there.
Oh no.
I love Ubisoft, guys. It's
What
not
happened?
broken. So I'm
Just get
trying
back
to do
to the
the
helo
challenge.
and
The
check.
daily challenge.
Oh my gosh.
Because it might say it's 1 out of 3 challenges this time. Not 1 out of 3 cages. Get into the helo, guys, once you're here.
I got you, Shadow. Next time. Okay, it was the challenge. I'm sorry.
Out.
Yeah, that's my bad, because I've never done a challenge in this game.
It's all good. Whenever it's with these kind of 2, 3 or however many, the last one is usually saying that you finished the first challenge or the X challenge out of 3. That's why I was saying 1 out of 3. Okay. Lotus, do you want to do the challenges as well?
Yeah, sure. I'm down.
Okay. Hopefully this reset/respawn.
Okay.
See. So if you press K, you can see what you gotta do. That is open 3, be on extreme, be sure that you're on extreme. You're gonna have to open 3 pages. Yeah, it's probably like this if you check now alone. Only 2 of the cages have rebels in them.
Oh yeah, that's
So that's why it was
uncommon.
just 2.
Yep.
Without being visually detected, by the way.
Yeah, I'll do that next time. Yeah.
Huh?
There's 1, 2, yeah. Yep.
I
That
marked
makes
one of
sense.
them. Go ahead, Lotus. Go ahead and open them.
We got a tango with multiple civilians around. I ask the rebels to recon the
You
area
are
for us.
on tier mode, so you are on extreme already.
Mhm.
Make sure that
I
you don't
think I
get
keep
visually
mine.
spotted
Yeah.
in between or even after opening them, because you're still gonna have to open a third one. What was that,
Okay.
Lone?
I think I keep my game on extreme.
Up to
I
you.
hope it's not gonna be very hard.
Check the other two. What do we have to do for the other two? Are they on extreme
The
as
other
well?
two are locked for me.
They're locked.
No, never mind. It
Just
was locked
the
when I was
last one should
open.
be locked,
Yeah,
because you have to do the
in
3 in
extreme.
order. In extreme
Yeah, I
difficulty.
have the
Okay, so that's an extreme as well. And the last one.
last one is extreme as well.
Okay.
Is the
Just the not
challenges
empty
same for
ones.
everyone?
What was that?
Is the challenges same for all the players? Or
Yes.
Alright, that's 2 out of 3.
Back to Hilo. And we're gonna go back to where we were for Lone.
Copy that.
I got it. I'll fly.
Shadow is
Brothers
being
near
distracted.
too. Shadow just wants to see me dead. This is what Shadow wants. He keeps
No.
pushing me out of helos and
Shadow,
planes and
we
telling
need our bestest ghosties alive. Okay?
Lone to blow me up. I'm surprised he didn't tell you to blow me up yet. You have a redeem that is just an animation of the failed in action screen. I know, right? I should. Alright, let's see if there are guys in that cage.
some of these skills are really good.
Whoa, fucking guy's got an 80.
The what? Skills?
Yeah,
Yeah. This is not good. The cage is empty.
They got alarms rigged up.
So that is not gonna work.
Marking a
It's
captain.
Lone's fault.
Right.
yeah.
Okay,
All
back to the helo. We go back to the other place that we just left from. It is Lone's fault because he opened it.
Yeah. Mhm.
And that's how the game. That's how the game works.
Yeah.
Because normally all 4 cages in the other place should be full as well.
Yeah.
But since they were opened already, it's just 2 of them. It's more fun to see him get killed slowly but steady in game, obviously. I like blowing out a lot actually.
And there was something today. He wants to see you die.
Shadow always wants to see me die.
I never see
He's
him.
so hostile.
Yeah.
Today he's just more
Yeah.
I don't know what What word should I use?
More violent.
Right, yeah. Okay, there we go. The same two closest ones have rebels in them. As long as
I
you
was
open one of
asking
them,
for a fight.
try look before you do that. Look at if you still have 2 out of 3
Drone
in the
going up.
challenge. Like press K and
I do. I still have 2 out of 3.
okay, cool. Yeah, just open one of them.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, does the same location count too as a challenge?
What do you mean?
Like, we already opened these two, and if you went back and came back here, would the challenge work?
Yeah, it should.
Okay.
Because there are not many. I can't even think of another age in Libertad.
Let's see.
You have to do it here in Libertad.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was, yeah.
You're done already?
Sometimes they give you different options.
Okay.
Sometimes they give you different options for some of them, but it was just Libertad this time.
What's the target today after daily is done? I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Lone.
Yep.
What's the target today after the daily is done? Okoro?
Another fact and he's down actually.
Huh? Who? Okoro?
Car seat.
Oh yeah, no, that's Via Verde. That's the one that we did last time.
Yeah.
Okoro is the one east of Itaqua, the first one that you did.
Yeah, or we can do the one that we are here. The one we are into.
Well, this is not where we are
Libertad.
going. We have 2 other missions. We have Malka
Yeah,
first.
no, yeah.
That one. Which show cancelled.
Yeah, I guess anything that we are close to.
We've learned that
do
El
that.
Cheeto's concert venue is a place called
And after
Umamarca.
that we have,
canceling the
I
show.
think,
Get
Tabakal,
inside
if
the
I
venue
read
and tear
correctly.
the place up.
Tabacon.
Which is all the way up north. So
Hello,
that's where we're gonna
DC.
be finishing the dailies in Tabakal. But is in the definition edition, the definitive edition. ADC. It's basically the ultimate edition DC, so it's not. It definitely doesn't worth $100. A Cheetos concert. Cheetos. Almost, Leo, almost.
DC, I'm gonna adopt you.
Oh, do you have any announcements to make, Lotus? Or not? Or
What do
you
you
don't
mean?
want to?
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
why would you do that? Why would you put me on the spot?
I'm asking if you do or
Not
not.
right now. Not
Okay,
right
so
now.
no.
Please.
But we don't have any announcements yet.
Oh my goodness.
What is crazy?
Hey there, Lou. There's Lou with info. The only
Highway.
thing worth spending money on Wildlands for me is the deluxe edition, because get this, even though the ultimate edition is more expensive, you don't get all the deluxe edition content with the ultimate edition. Wait, what? Since when? You used to get all the deluxe stuff with the ultimate.
Yeah, that would be a bit ridiculous. You spend that much and then not get everything.
But to be honest, I didn't even see the deluxe and the ultimate edition anymore. Are you sure they didn't take it out? I saw only the standard edition and the definitive edition now. Okay, guys, using handguns only. And no extreme.
No.
It's okay. I'm
Oh,
listening
and
to
this
Michael
one.
Jackson. I'm locked in.
What the heck?
Michael Jackson.
Deluxe edition backpack or guns? Deluxe edition backpack or guns? What? I don't recall. Can't even buy the
Ubisoft shut down.
cheaper options anymore. Yeah, the standard version,
Deploying drone.
which contains only the game. I saw only
Red
those
light
two.
panels here.
Either the standard version or the definitive edition, which is the everything. I don't know, this whole thing is just bullshit, whatever they are doing. It makes no sense to ask for $100
I got a target carrying submachine guns.
for what, 9, almost 10 years old game,
Yeah, yeah.
even
and then they're not
if
like, are
it
they making
contains
updates?
all the things. No, they don't give a jack shit about Wildlands
Right.
anymore.
So it's
I
like,
asked the rebels to do a
yeah.
recon of the
So
area.
yeah,
We're up
that's
to 15.
you know.
I hope Ubisoft shuts down. What the fuck? Me too,
No.
but only
Ubisoft,
after they release the
Got a tango.
next Ghost Recon.
Are they
No,
gonna
they don't
even
need to shut
release?
down.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Yeah.
I've got eyes on the
I don't
target.
know.
But if they shut down, you can't play the games.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. Enemy
That's a part
spotted.
of the contract.
Yeah,
Right, and
I got the genie over here.
yeah, I got planes.
this
So,
game is
no.
fine. I only got the Fallen Ghost DLC because they gave it away free during an anniversary. Yeah, I mean, basically everybody's just playing the base game.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Getting to the point that I'm not even sure I want another one. I still want
I
another
asked the
one.
rebels to recon the area for us. Got a tango.
Are they gonna make a new Ghost Recon, by the way?
Yeah, it's been on the works already.
Oh,
Project
nice.
Over, internally called.
How are you supposed to take down the guards with the handgun?
Well, you can also
You
like
shoot
sneak up on them, but you might just want to be very careful.
Well, even if you sneak up, there's no, you cannot do melee. That's gonna fail the challenge. So either way, you have to kill them with the handgun.
Handgun is a pistol.
Okay, yeah. Don't listen to me then.
Yeah, it's okay. I was just asking because I don't
You
know.
just make sure that you dump a bunch of bullets into them, because they might not die from one.
Unless it's a headshot.
Yeah, even
for
then, there is a possibility that they won't.
Are you serious?
Yep. gotta have your gun upgraded.
I literally just looked at that. Hey, I was luring him to me. You don't steal my kills.
My goodness, again. I'm just trying to do the mission.
I'm trying to do the mission too. Don't you steal my kills.
Can actually go and get this over the
Got
generator down.
tangos down.
Oh my gosh, I want to kill him so bad.
Why aren't you?
We can't
Because
we
I'm trying
carry
to
the
clean-
bodies?
Dead body found. No.
That's ow.
Man down.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Like you?
Did you get the challenge done?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now we can use anything.
Christ almighty.
It was just during the challenge. Now die.
Deploying drone.
There we go. Oh. I had to step away. If anyone said anything, I did not hear it. Welcome back, DC. It's okay, we were just talking about Ubisoft's bad moves.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing new. You're working today? Ow. How are you working, DC? Like, what is your schedule, is what I mean.
I'm reviving you?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
La búsqueda no dio resultados. El enemigo se ha retirado.
Tango is fucking down.
Oh my goodness. Huh? No.
Freaking sniper doesn't want to die.
Shit, I'm hit.
Okay.
Man down.
Okay.
I gotta be giving him.
Thanks, man.
Did he just kill himself?
He's gone.
Oh, Unidad also joining the
Yeah.
party.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh my
Took
god.
you fucking long enough.
Blown down as well. North.
Okay. Oh. I need cover. Oh my gosh. This is bad. This is really bad.
Tell me about it.
This is really bad.
Yeah, it's on me, to be honest.
It's okay.
The one guy was not marked, to be honest, and he creeped up on me, like, and
Well,
It's always an unlock.
he saw me.
good news is that we're done with the mission. So we can get to the last
Okay.
challenge. I bought the game the second time. First time was on PS4. I
have
only
to
bought the
change my
deluxe
layout.
edition. Check what we gotta do for the last one.
In extreme difficulty and without taking any damage, Deploy to Tabakal, Charlie, then complete the mission Madre Coca.
The same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Madre Coca says she's willing to
Here's the
negotiate for
mission.
Salazar's
I'm
release.
teleporting
The
to
old bitch
Tabaka
seems
Charlie.
desperate. We could use this to turn her against.
Same
All the way
here.
north.
Yep.
It's supposed to be Monday to Friday, but now I work every other Saturday. How? Are you getting paid extra at least, DC?
Lone, are you coming?
Yeah, I'm teleporting.
Okay.
I just want to change my AR because it eats up a lot of bullets and it stores very less bullets.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for
I don't know
us.
what AR to choose.
What AR do you have?
Sure are a lot of lights and switches
I don't
up
have
here.
anything good to be honest. Just all starting weapons.
What AR do you have?
I have to see.
You did have the
I have the
GRFS ARC.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
a good
I
one.
have that. Yeah, but it eats up a lot of bullets. Like I want to change it to something better.
Okay. Good. Right. What? Okay.
Marking an enemy. Got another tango. Ambush! Light these assholes up! Look at a target carrying submachine guns.
Okay.
Good work.
Wait,
Okay, we're done.
Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely one way to do it.
Good work in Tabakal.
What?
Taking out Madra and her
You
lieutenant
didn't
has
get
thrown her
damaged, did you?
organization into chaos
Me neither.
and provided an opening for the Cocaleras to declare their independence.
I was about to go
Already
into this
happening.
whole
Madra
little
supporters could have kept things from
spiel
getting out of
of
hand, but you took care of that. Santa
we
Blanca
should probably not get spotted. That would prevent us from getting damaged. Never mind.
Oh yeah,
Throw
I'm
that
sorry.
out.
It was the damage thing, not the spotted thing.
Hmm.
Well, you didn't get any damage, did you? Me neither. But yeah, I get paid, but it just sucks, you know? But, okay, so do you have an option to not do it? I reinstall this game so I can play with y'all. Okay. And actually, what is the task force one as well? Kill any bosses from production province with a handgun headshot from 80 meters or further. Oh, jeez. Okay, I guess we are going back to Libertad.
Copy that.
We've ID'd the Buchon as an American national named Marcus.
And actually, no.
Alpha, Bravo, Charlie.
Yes.
Understood.
Let's go Bravo. That's what Lone has as well.
Okay.
I mean, I guess, but I could use the money. Oh, okay. So you just wanna get paid and not work. I feel ya, DC. I feel ya. Me too.
I think that's everyone.
Actually, maybe not.
Actually,
Not work,
a psycho.
but not work as much and get paid more. No, because I did not work. And that wasn't nice either, so.
Yeah, but imagine not like working and still getting paid.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I found a gun. That's okay.
Welcome
Alright, good.
back.
Welcome back. Mulan nailed it. I hate not working. Yeah, it's just you feel useless if you don't
Yeah,
work.
but that's why you gotta find something that you actually like to do.
Like if I could surf
Because
the
then it
web all
doesn't feel like you're
day
working at
and make like 50 an hour, I will be happy. Like this.
all. 50 an hour.
You still have the same weapon. The GRFS.
Yeah,
Yeah, now you don't.
I have this. Yeah. This-
Where are you going, Lotus?
this
I just was taking a walk.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
I just wanted some fresh air, you know?
Okay, okay.
Smell the
I get it.
trees.
Fresh
Listen to
air
the
away from us.
You mean the air around you isn't fresh?
I don't know. That's
Got
what
it.
you seem to
No,
be.
no, no, that's what
That's
you
what you
just
seem
said.
to be saying.
That's what you just said. You said fresh air away from us. So you mean
Yeah,
to
and
say,
then you
well, first of all,
kept going.
are you saying the air
You
around
kept
lawn isn't
going.
fresh?
Just listen to the birds. And you don't even want to listen to
Why
us
getting dragged into this?
Oh my god.
because you're here too.
Well, for one, he said the air around you isn't fresh. I didn't say that at all. I said I'm just getting fresh air, taking a walk. But he said the
Away
air
from
around you
us.
guys is
Away
not
from us.
fresh.
I did
You
not
said
say that.
not me.
I did not
you
say
said
that.
Yes, you did.
I said the same thing as I just said now. Away from us.
So, and I
And
asked,
you
the
asked
air around.
that the air around us is not fresh.
No,
Mhm.
you said fresh air away from us. I think that would
What?
imply
You
that.
need it.
Mhm.
I think that would imply that the air is fresh around you. And then you just had to drag Lone right into it. And thank you, by the way. Wow.
You're welcome.
Wow. Did you see? Did you see where this landed? Oh my gosh.
I laugh because it landed almost like on you when you were.
It-
you guys were.
It's like
Typical
right. It
youngsters,
landed
Griffin
right. I'm
words.
in a bush, and it landed right behind me. Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to kill me because the air around you isn't fresh?
No, I don't try to kill you. If
That's
I
interesting.
would try to kill you, I would kill you. You've been over this already.
Who are you talking to?
Are you?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Who are you talking to?
Because you are talking
when
to
I tell
me.
you, when I tell,
Who do you mean? Who am I
going to
talking to?
fix your attitude.
Okay.
I'm going to fix it.
Good luck.
I don't need luck. I don't need luck at all.
Okay. Anyway. Where are we going? Hello.
If you don't need luck, help me on gambling. Okay, no, okay, no. What?
Where are we going? It was the first mission.
To find some fresh air.
Okay,
You're
let's
already on that.
Do it. Please. Let's do it, yeah, because we are major in the.
Okay.
Okay, you need it. Huh?
What is he talking about?
What?
What happened to Unida?
I'll drive.
I mean, besides the fact that I just blow up one of their helos.
Oh, okay.
Are you coming? Because they're coming.
I am coming.
They won't be coming. But they are coming.
Target eliminated.
They are not coming.
Good.
Yeah, they lost us.
Not for long. Don't worry.
We're good.
There's already another car
It's
after
okay.
us.
They'll drive like it's GTA from the cops, you know. Just escaping.
No, that doesn't work here. You cannot call Lester here. There's nobody to call here
Not
to get
Lester.
rid of
Oh my
the
gosh.
But
cops.
that's still when we needed the dough.
Still in LA. Or
He's made enough money in LA. He has to come to. Well.
wait, isn't it LS?
Yeah, he's in LA now.
LS.
Yeah. It's yeah, California. Freaking. Cool, right?
You said major intel.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going up on the sniper tower.
We're suspected already?
There's one guy below the sniper tower.
Mm.
There's a guy up on the sniper thing. He's dead.
He's right here below me.
Drone is up.
Watch out, place is
Below
rigged
us.
with an alarm. He's
I
down.
got him.
Copy that.
Drone is airborne.
Right.
Second target right there. Third target there.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area. Just spotted one
The
with some
mortar
machine
is
guns.
well, the one on the mortar is taken out.
Copy.
Oh. I'll go get him before he sees.
Too late. He saw.
No. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
Too late.
No. No.
They're already activated.
Jesus!
No way.
Set off the
Maybe I
alarm.
should have done
The alarm is disabled.
that. Okay.
Get home, please.
Bitch!
Yep.
Deploying drone.
You welcome. Mm.
Wow.
God damn.
Gonna die again.
It's okay.
I asked the rebels to recon the area
Looks
for
like
us.
coordinates for a precursor chemical stockpile here in Libertad. We need to take it out.
Okay, it is done.
Alright, let's get out of here. I am back at the car that we came with.
I'm right behind you. Oh! I thought I could ride in the trunk. Get in,
Then
get in,
this
get in,
one.
get in.
Alright, no. What's next?
Yeah. It's like we get
Lost them. Anybody else?
one last. Oh, we can do the story mission. I had to collect more intel.
Let's not do that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is major intel. The one that I'm on.
But the one that you collected, didn't that open another one?
It unlocked this one, the story
Toxic assets,
mission.
yeah.
This is Bowman. Excellent work in Libertad. Stopping Jensen has halted training in the province, and losing the supply of chemicals from gas has
We
crippled
can do
production.
that one and
This will
the
cost the
story
cartel
mission
millions in
or
lost
the
products
major
every
intel.
day, which is gonna hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, we can
Copy
get the
that.
major intel
Thanks
just
for the
right
good
up
work.
here.
We're
Then we
displacing to
can
the next AO now.
go over to the story mission that we're on.
GTA 6 game. Arc, it's not GTA 6 game. It's
I'll come back, Ark. Oh shit, wait. That's right. We do have something else here as well. A helicopter. Which does have also a pilot.
Rolling back.
Now, you might want to
Goodbye,
get out.
Torres rolling.
Wow. You just wanted to kill me. Just
Sniper up in the
saying.
tower.
I was thinking about it.
I'm looking at a small group of
It
tango.
was me.
The major intel.
Arm over here.
I was gonna say, no way.
Target spotted.
No way.
Yeah, I
No
was
way he's
thinking
rubbing
about
off
the
on
major
you.
intel.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Oh, okay. Right. The major intel.
Yeah, I was thinking
Got
about
it.
how to do it.
Uh-huh.
Whoa, fucking guy's got
Yeah.
an 80.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Cool, if you could get in
That's
the
right.
truck
Enemy
bed.
marked.
Yeah. Okay, so the
This one
marked
less bad
one
guy.
is... Oh, wait, no, it's not. That's a sniper.
He's dead.
Dang
He's
it.
dead. He's dead.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because that's
Oh,
the...
why?
That's the pilot.
Oh.
Hopefully he won't see.
Oh
He
my.
won't move and see. Get
And
the
I
other
don't
front
have a
guy.
shot on him.
Yeah, I know.
Bolan, do you see this Juggernaut guy in the
He's about to see him.
bunker? Do you want to take him out
Get the heavy
together?
guy. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
Okay.
in quick.
Lotus, do you want this guy?
I got him
Probably
down.
not.
I got him down. He was not surrendering. I killed him.
Hit. Get the helo. Guy,
We
Okay.
pilot.
have a dog down.
God damn, that was close.
Thank you.
Close.
I don't know what's happening. I just see all of the
Oh,
just
you
going
did get
on.
him already. Okay, good.
Okay. I need you to. You asked me.
Oh shoot! No!
Jesus, Lord.
What? No,
Jesus.
that guy. No, the guy jumped over the
Get ready,
fenced
guys.
wall with barbed wire, like he phased.
How about you
through
don't
the-
let me get shot next
It's
turn?
not my fault.
He's down.
You
He's
should have
dead.
seen.
I got him.
You should.
It's okay. It's okay. He's dead, bro. He's dead.
I'm not making this up. I'm dead.
Oh, damn. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Dad, everything is
Shit,
going
I'm
good
hit.
as planned. Don't worry. It's all according to plan.
Uh-huh.
Dying
Kill
is
hunted.
Ask
a
the
good
rebels to
thing.
recon the area for us.
Dying is
it's
learning.
not that guy.
As we all know.
All clear.
Mm-hmm.
The drone is up.
Son of a bitch.
I'll fly. These supplies will buy us a lot of goodwill
I
from
don't
the
know
rebels.
what's happening, to be honest.
Looks like a
all
data
so
file containing
confusing.
a route map for a chemical shipment. We should use this to track down the convoy and take it out.
You mean? It's all clear. We're picking up the helo to drop it to the rebels. And then we're going to your toxic assets.
No, I know. I'm picking up intel. Not intel, the med.
Major intel.
I'll be there. Yeah. Skill points.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be up there. Okay, the first time it was not my fault. So the guy just walked through the wall and he scared me, jump scared me. And I kind of might have yelled a little bit. And it's not my fault. And the second time, I hopped into the window and the guy rushing was a heavy guy with an LMG to my face. And I was not. You do not.
I couldn't do anything. Like, I heard you panicking, and then all of a sudden you were down, and then I was just... Yes, it startled me. It made me, like, jump.
No, but
That's why I was like, Jesus, no, because he gave me a heart attack. I was like,
it's not my fault. He jump scared me. I don't do horror games. Everyone knows this.
It's not a horror game. What the heck are you talking about?
It
Horror
was.
games.
Look back at my. I wish I was recording, bro. Like the weird stuff happens to me. And... Bro, he just
No,
like.
I know what
jumped
it is,
over a
because that
barbed
happens here.
wire. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He teleported through.
It scared me, and he went
Supply
into like
chopper to
Max
help
Payne,
cartel
like
crushing
two
rebels.
hand.
What the
Love that
heck?
job.
Max Payne. Switching kilos, Lotus.
I'm sorry?
I just hope
Switching
Chad
gears.
is not annoyed at me
Oh.
constantly dying. I'm sorry, Chad.
Back.
If I'm bad. It's for content, for the YouTube.
It's okay, Lone.
Mhm.
You
I'm
died
dying for
today.
content. No, I'm dying for content.
No bine, dar oricum, eu trebuie să vorbesc 3 minute de română. Și
They did
puteți,
not
să,
redeem.
puteți să-i
Did
mulțumiți lui
they
Shadow.
redeem?
Yeah, Shadow.
Yeah.
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 GG, Shadow. You're good.
GG's.
Hai că e ok că nu e așa de departe. Adică până mai ajungem acolo, până chestii trestii.
Lotus constantly.
Nu cred că știe nici ea. Și ba chiar o să mă duc așa roată ca să treacă timpul.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Calm down.
Whoa.
There's no need. No need for that. No need for that hostility, okay?
Ce? Despre ce vorbești?
Deploying drone.
Look,
Nu
Lone can't
folosiți
understand you.
drone,
Lone can't
drona
understand.
în
No.
ăsta. În elicopter. Vreți să murim?
Okay, he's gonna. Okay, no, he's trying to blow us up in the helicopter. Okay, so Lone can't understand that, but
No.
that doesn't mean you get the. Hey,
I
did you
don't
not hear him?
understand what- No.
Dar ce am
You think
zis?
I speak Romanian? Or Hungarian? Oh yeah, Romanian.
E română. Maghiară, cică.
Oh my god.
Am venit aici că aici e jammerul.
Okay.
Okay, this time we are not gonna die.
Drone
Chad.
signal's jammed.
It's
I
all
can't
gonna be
see or hear
sneaky
a
beaky,
thing.
according to
Sniper
plan.
out there.
No one dying.
Drone
And if,
is doing what?
and if we die, it's on you, Chad. We blame Chad.
Ce să ce?
Always blame Chad. Straight. That's the streamer method.
Nu,
Always
am
blaming Chad.
am închis jammerul. Deci ăla nu ar mai trebui să fie problema.
Spotting another tango.
Well,
Got another tango.
Yes.
Da. Mai
I
fiți
didn't
atenți și la alții.
okay. Well, you got him.
Yeah.
We have light
I'm
panels
not
over here.
dead.
Over here.
I'm chilling.
mama.
I'm doing it sneaky. Let me do it.
Got another tango.
Target
Unul a fost, l-ați omorât acolo aproape de celălalt. Eu și văzut.
We're all right.
Da, pentru că l-am văzut și am reușit să-l
Enemy
omor.
spotted.
He looks so. He sounds so cute speaking Romanian, by the way.
He does, doesn't he?
Bă, mama
Yeah.
sărăciei. Cu cute-ul tău cu
another
tot.
tango. Count is now 10.
Cute baby doggo.
Ce căcat.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. I've got some light panels here.
It's okay. I wanna even understand whatever you're saying.
It's okay, because I'm back to English now.
Let's go. Yippee.
I thought we are going stealth. The
Yes,
heck?
we are. I'm still here reconning. I don't know who. Okay. Lotus just
I
missing.
don't know what you're talking about. I did nothing.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
I see. I'm okay. I was still
Power down.
reconning, and then I was like, everyone's noticed. I look to my right. I see Lotus running.
Ow. I'm enjoying this way too much. But then like,
My
that shadow.
But I'm dead. I'm okay. I was fighting in the open. That- I'm enjoying this way too much. Yes. We are all alive, like we said. We are not gonna die. We are not dead yet. No one's dead.
I'm goaded. I'm really goaded. I'm really goaded.
You're just in the
I'm so
bush.
goaded.
Thanks for
Excuse
being
me?
goated.
I am not in a bush. I'm in a tree.
Okay. Alone, get ready,
Respect
kill that
nature.
heavy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I can. I don't see him. Bro, I'm so bad at these games. Good. Okay. I'm okay. My...
Oh, God, I'm bleeding!
And down.
Lone, are you okay?
He's down.
Oh.
Yes,
Wait till
I am
later
alive.
to do
I
it.
am doing well.
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
But... Okay, this gun doesn't have stability at all. Oh, wow. Stability isn't a thing on this weapon. Okay, I won't die again, guys. Surely.
Target number 2, there.
I'm gonna die.
You said you won't. One on mark from behind you. Kinda next to me.
What took you so long?
Thank you.
Spotted
Okay,
one
my
with
gun
some
is this
machine
tank
guns.
for sure. It's just one
He's
guy.
dead. BRB, take your time, Shadow.
I think Shadow lost too much. He need to get bottled.
Right. I thought you said you won't die. Why are you dead?
Excuse me. I love the attitude they give when they die.
I
How
never
about
give
you
any
not let-
attitude. I'm just bad.
No, you literally said, "How about you not let me get shot next time?" Sorry.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you said
your
when I
character.
got you up.
Demo
I
primed.
said that?
Yes, he said, "How about you not let me get shot next time?"
We got the demo primed.
For me?
Yes, your character. What the heck?
Oh.
For me.
Taking out those precursor stocks from slow cocaine production in Libertad will crawl.
No, I was thinking that you're talking about me as a person. I had a... No, not my character. I'm not focused. I was like, I wouldn't say that. I was thinking when I said that.
Do you have anything to pick up from here?
We did it without dying.
Lone. Do you have anything to pick up from here?
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay, if you want, guys, you can jump out and get rid of that convoy. But I am bringing this to wherever I have to bring it.
That's a story quest, right? The
Yes.
convoy? Yeah. Yes. I'm jumping out.
Yep, I see. Lotus, you're gonna help him? Okay.
Of course.
Which road? Okay, coming down this road.
They're gonna go south.
I'm gonna plan. Yeah, I'm gonna like plan mines.
You basically just have to
Wrong
destroy the
road,
main
wrong
road.
road,
The
wrong
main
road.
truck.
Okay, I mean, it's okay.
Oh
Second
my
cup of
god.
coffee. I'm a bit tired, so I'll leave the stream
Look,
on.
it was all part of the
Alright, Lou.
plan.
Oh my
Thank you very
God.
much for that, Lloyd. You go ahead.
No,
You go ahead and
You quite literally
Take a rest.
fumbled.
I've got a visual on a cartel truck loaded with precursor
Yeah,
chemicals. Let's light it up.
Please, it's my first time.
It's okay. I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Oh my
And
God.
he's supposed to be a
Made me feel
ghost.
so bad. He landed on the wrong road.
You're getting. Why are you running? Get
Oh. Wait, stop moving.
Good work. The rebels will be damn glad to get their hands on this cargo. Let's head out.
Tell them where to
You were
find the
gonna
plane
leave
later.
me. You were gonna leave me. How dare you?
That's why I drove into the forest just to leave you, huh?
No, you pull up on me, you say get in, and I'm trying to get in, and you're
We've got
driving
intel on a
off
convoy of
the
precursor
side.
chemicals being delivered to Okoro. Make sure the convoy doesn't reach its
Okay,
destination.
you're gonna
Lone, this
do
is
this.
bad. This is bad. Lone.
You know, it's all under.
Oh.
It's all under. It's all up. It's
As we're getting shot at. And what
It's
level is
okay.
your vehicle being at? We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
It's all good.
We're
it's
black
fine.
smoke already.
It's all bad. Okay, just get out right now.
Guys, all you need to do, go up the main truck. That's it.
We're trying. We're trying. And he's like, oh my gosh. Lone? I am so scared.
It's all up.
Wait,
It's all up.
wait. Wait. The civilians are
Man down.
dying. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Get up. Get up. And you proximity C4.
Wait, did they stop that?
They are stopped.
Oh wow. And we're all the way, we're okay, we're fine. It's fine.
It's all under
It's
control.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's
I'm
fine.
pulling up the rock.
Drone's not working.
That's
We're
not
being
gonna
jammed.
work here.
Frag out. All out,
I'm about to
bitches.
die.
Man
I'm about to
down.
die. Oh my god, stop. Stop. Lone, don't you run up. Why would you run up like that? They're gonna die.
People down.
Lone.
Okay, let me just do a couple of things here.
No, get us up.
That's what I'm
You had
trying
enough
to.
You had enough.
That's why I have to do a
entertainment.
couple of things.
Gonna-
First of all,
Okay.
take down the jammer. If I can freaking see it.
It's okay. It's good. You're still alive, Chad. You're not dying.
Okay,
Everything
Jammer
is going
down.
according to plan.
I'll get closer so that I can
Close.
actually pick you up.
Right, Lone. Because you decided to
Going
run into fire to try to pick
Get
me
ready.
up. Yes.
Took you
Yes,
fucking
we're
long
ready.
enough.
And then take them.
Frag out. Heads up.
Here we go. There's one
Okay,
cartel
it's
truck off the road.
down. Let's just
Looks
go.
like the fireworks. Guess we're done here.
Oh my.
I'm gonna die again.
Unidad, a reinforcement car. Man down.
Davide? Davide?
Okay, Lotus left me. Thank you.
Going for the revive? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Run into the woods.
Okay, we good. Yippee. Yeah, I'm hitting it.
All the way at the end of the road,
Into the
setting
woods.
up proxy for a convoy that is completely stopped.
Look, we passed the convoy. It's not our fault. Please stop.
Look,
Yeah.
get in the helo. That's what you look. I need you to look at this helo and get inside. You're on punishment. I don't want to hear anything for 2 minutes.
For 2 whole minutes.
I'm like laughing. That was
What did I
really
just
funny.
say? What did I just say? 2 minute
Go ahead,
timeout. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not ashamed of this market.
The way you let me die like that.
Stop bringing up the drone in the helo. You wanna kill us? The heck?
Oh my god. Moan.
I'm shooting.
Do you know what timeout is? Do you know what timeout is? That means don't do anything. You sit right where you are and do nothing.
No, I gotta do
Nothing. A drone in the helo is not a mission. We're gonna die.
Bro, please,
We're gonna
please,
die.
please.
We're gonna die.
I'm laughing too.
We're gonna die.
Oh,
We're gonna die.
I need assistance. I'm getting lightheaded. Laughing so much.
My head. Get in the helo.
Wait, let me mark my next
Wait, let him bring up the drone before he's on the helo.
Wait, let him plot the next way we die. Got it.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
Get in! You know you can look at the map in the helo, right?
Okay, I'm gonna pass. Oh.
Hey, you guys better get yourself together because this is a unit base that we're going into.
Oh my god. We would
It's
now.
not
Okay.
me.
No.
It's not
But, okay. You know what we've been dealing with this entire time? We've been dealing with Santa Blanca. Now we're going into Unidad with you.
Your last
So-
guys don't mess up. Lotus.
Yes.
Don't mess up.
Don't mess up again. You drove through the convoy. You somehow drove through the convoy and got them to stop, but drove us all the way to the end of the road to set up mines for a convoy that wasn't coming to us. And then we run into the convoy and die, and then you run right into the line of fire to try to revive me
Assholes
and
are jamming the
die.
drone.
I asked the
But
rebels
I
to recon the
shouldn't
area
mess
for
up.
us.
Okay.
Alarm over here.
Just don't mess up. Just don't do all of that again. You got this.
Alarm is down.
Sniper out.
I'm going in.
Going into
If I
where?
die,
No. You don't just get to say you're going in and don't communicate and then if I die. No. What are you doing?
if I die, I'm blaming
Target
you.
number 5.
Lone?
Yeah, no.
If you die,
Gonna blame you. That
Power
was
down.
not me.
Power's down.
That was not me.
No, that was them seeing a body.
Oh, this was the most funny haha laugh I had in a long time. This is fun.
well, you won't die
Yippee.
now.
The drone signal's jammed. I can't see or hear a thing.
I'm doing all the hard work.
Oh, there's a heavy. There's a heavy.
All the
What
hard
hard
work,
work?
huh?
What hard work? What hard work? Wait,
mean-
what is the hard work that you're doing?
So I should be
Eating
all
in
clear.
the
Hotel's
beast.
getting their precursor chemicals from a company called
Sneakily,
Via B
without
Gas.
me doing
Looks like they cut a
anything.
deal with
Hard
the refinery chief to obtain the chemicals on the
right.
open market. We should have a talk with this gentleman.
Anything in this game. Oh, I forgot I have night vision.
Oh, what the heck?
Okay, well that makes sense why you ran into fire like that. Ran into a whole bunch of fire.
No,
for-
I did see the fire.
Oh, so you saw the fire and decided to just keep going.
No, I thought I would be like Neo
Lone,
from Matrix
Lone.
and dodge everything.
Well,
What?
you are the most hilarious Man, like you're not serious.
I know, that's my whole life.
Dude.
That's his
And
superpower.
It is.
And he's so serious.
Hey man, I try my best to just make people smile. Not hurting anyone. Just
Get out of the tent.
Wait, I'm getting a weapon upgrade. Give me a minute.
No, you're not getting anything else.
Yes, look. An accessory. I got a shotgun actually. For the 12 gauge shotgun. Yeah, okay, marking the actual.
Get in the helo. You can mark it
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
helo.
I know, but yeah, just fine. I do have to leave this game once I'm done because I have to collect all the skill points. The side stuff.
Mm-hmm. We should have a segment, 1,000 Ways to Die on Wildlands with Lone.
It would just happen.
It would just I know. I know. That's literally the point.
There he is to the left.
Now I'm on stream. There's always like peak content, to be honest.
Got eyes on the refinery, Chief. Let's see what he's
I'm
got
not
to
even
say.
pleased.
Alright, I'm ready to die. You ready? Come on.
This is no dying. We have to talk to the refinery
No,
chief.
we're ready to...
Chief.
No, somehow we're gonna die here
There's
too.
no fighting.
Come on. Does there need to be fighting
Lotus
to die?
is gonna mess up and...
Does
you're
there
gonna
need to
die,
be
yeah.
fighting to die? No, somehow we're
Like-
just gonna fall off at the top and die. You know? I think that's the next one, the next way, right? No?
I don't know. I haven't thought of it yet.
Okay, well, when you think of it, I'm ready to die.
We're here to deliver a message. Stop doing business with the cartel.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Cut the shit. We know Santa Blanca's getting its precursors from you. We want you to stop.
Mire, pues this company keeps Libertad alive. If Santa Blanca doesn't get what they want, they can shut us down. I can't have that, understand?
Yeah, well understand this. If you don't stop supplying the cartel, we'll shut the rigs down ourselves.
Fuck off, pinches gringos.
These guys
They
more stubborn
told
than
me to
goddamn
go
General MacArthur.
somewhere else.
Guess we'll have to do this the hard way then. Saddle up. We're heading to the oil rigs.
Okay.
Sure, that's what he said. Different words, but that's what he said.
Yeah. TV didn't die this time. He never die actually. We always do.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks to the infinite medic drones.
I have to get one on that. I have to level
There's
up
one of the
skill
oil rigs.
points
Take it out.
to help you guys when you guys are down. Especially Lois. Yeah.
I'm still thinking about the way I saw you pull out that syringe, and right when your hand went into the air.
No, that was like some movie style thing. Like,
Oh my god!
It was all planned. It was like, it was
Yes,
so
a
close
movie
to
style.
be so good.
Comedy.
It was.
I see a second target. I got a third target.
I should go into the
I asked the
movies.
rebels
I
to do a
might be
recon of the area.
the best actor.
I got a target carrying submachine
They
guns.
were like-
going up.
Eyes on a small group of tangos. Marking a captain. Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Are you still on Extreme?
Yes.
Wonder you died that easy.
Yeah.
a target carrying submachine
I
guns.
should change the bag. Right.
Up
No, I'm
to you.
having fun.
Okay.
Pulling off my bike.
I got the demo set.
Deploying the drone.
Why did I keep clicking the wrong button? Okay.
C4 in place.
EP. No. The stop.
Demo is primed.
C4 in place.
I got this.
Demo's primed.
I got the demo set.
Okay. Next.
Back to the wheel.
How do I blow up my C4? Okay.
Hold.
No, I'm on controller.
Oh.
Yeah.
Understood.
I'm figuring it out.
Okay.
Look, I played this game once, so it's not like all I pull out the drone mid-flight when I'm trying to reload my gun. I'm just clicking every possible.
Yeah, right, Leo. Right.
Oh, what did Leo say?
We have a way, well, a Leo has a way of saying extreme.
Oh.
You'd have to hear him say it.
Mm-hmm.
I still remember the day when I was like Superman in Wildlands. Like on Bolan stream, I was flying over the car because of lag. Like I was lagging so bad.
You should have flew over
was
those
like-
bullets.
Can't
And you
even
probably
fly
should have flew over
over
this
the
car.
course.
It's just a thing. Probably
Last
should
of
have
the oil
flew
rigs.
over this
Let's
car.
light it up.
I got run over by a car. I wasn't looking
You
both
literally
ways.
fell right in front of me.
It's a lesson to the kids watching. They'll always look both ways before crossing. I was
German
being
style.
instructional videos on YouTube, on Twitch. Almost at
Right.
YouTube.
Right.
On what that's.
Yes. Why is the purple
The
guys
alarm's
here?
rigged up.
What
The
the?
Unidad guys. Huh? What's happening? Why is this going?
I asked the rebels to recon this area.
Are they after us?
Yeah,
They're fighting each other.
maybe.
Demo primed.
Well, now one of them seems to be after Lone. And now another one.
Thanks for shooting it.
Thank you. Let me plant a
Oh,
mine here.
shoot.
Come on, one more.
I'll fly.
C4 in place.
I got it.
That's the last of the oil rigs. Time to
Back
talk to
here
the
to the
VFD
helo.
gas refinery chief.
Yeah.
Let's see if this will convince him to
road.
stop working with the
On the road.
cartel.
Here.
Okay. I got stuck between two trucks. I wasn't able to squeeze.
Within first time. Here's a hurry.
Marking the next
We're not done yet.
Huh? Oh yeah. I'm just marking the next one.
Things have changed. Santa Blanca promised they'd keep your rig safe. They failed. The deal is null and void.
If I stop supplying the cartel, they'll shut me down.
And if you keep importing precursors for Santa Blanca, I'll blow up every goddamn VB gas rig you've got left. Take your pick.
What kind of fucking choice is that? You're no better than el puto cartel, you know that?
This isn't about me. This is about you doing the right thing.
The right thing. Don't make me laugh. Guess I don't really have a choice, though. When the cartel sends sicarios to kill me, it will be on your head.
I can live with that.
Okay, I guess the last one is the main quest. This one.
Okay. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Okay, after this, I will have to
Still one more after this. Or two.
do. Yeah, okay.
One at least.
Is that?
Yep. One for
Okay.
sure. The chemical trail.
Oh, that's why I'm dying. The difficulty in this area is like all the way up. Like this, like full skull. I just looked at the difficulty of this. Makes sense.
We're entering the witch market.
El Mercado de las
And I'm
Brujas.
playing
This is
on
where the
next
locals
stream
come to buy good luck
difficulty.
charms, love potions, or even a curse for their enemies.
No shit.
Eyes up. If the intel is correct, Jensen could be here somewhere.
What in the hell is a guy like Jensen looking for in a place like this?
Whatever it is, it ain't good. Trust me.
Eyes on Jensen. Take him alive.
Back off! I'm a scientist!
Hands. Show me your hands. Do it now.
Goddamn fascists! You've got no right! I'm an American citizen!
Stay where you are and put your hands on your head. Don't make me tell you again.
Yeah? Or what? Shit, Jensen's getting away.
Huh? Wait, what?
During a flashbang.
Leave me alone!
Oh no!
Oh.
Drone is up.
Whoa.
Fuck! How about you don't let me get shot next time? Christ almighty.
Yes.
Tango down.
Okay. Okay, we good. Okay, I'm gonna go catch the back TV. I don't know why he started running. You good?
No way this guy.
God, I'm
There's an LMG in here. Unmarked.
This entire part is Santa Blanca.
Yeah.
No, he just started running and I just started
Yes,
chasing him.
into the Santa Blanca part of the.
Interesting.
Of the city.
You try that shit again, I'll put a bullet in both your legs.
Let's get back on mission.
He's dead.
No, he's running again.
Oh, how did I catch him? Wait, the X. Okay, I got it.
You got him. Good, good.
Baby, I have to revive you.
Oh
my goodness.
Loan.
I got him, I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him.
Do it. Just go. Just.
I got him. No, there's a
Jeez.
back.
You know what? You know what? Jesus. I can't even. Oh my gosh. I can't even.
That was mission failed. We didn't die.
I tried to kill the guy who literally shot at
was
us,
friendly
but you ran right in front of me with the target.
Hey there,
I
Cabo.
grabbed him and I saw that you were down. So I was like, let me
Welcome in.
revive you this moment. And that the two guys just like ran up and they shot me.
You let him go.
How are you doing?
To revive me, and then
Yeah, I wanted to like help, like because I don't have guns to like extract. He ran the wrong way instead of running the other way.
Oh my
He
Lord.
ran. Yes.
I asked Pat Katari to send us a vehicle.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
Buckle up, people.
Why always when I join your streams it goes wrong?
Hey man, ain't no man. It's me, bro. I'm the bad guy. I mean,
No, the bad guy is Marcus Jensen.
okay, I'm the new.
Hello, kiddo. Oh my gosh.
Where you going? Is he still alive? I think he's dead. I don't see him on the map.
The mission failed.
Yeah.
So we will see
should we
if
go
it
back?
unbox or not. That's where we're going.
I'm sorry, I'm bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Here he is.
This is hilarious. This is
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
stop,
interact this
stop,
way so he
stop,
runs this way.
stop.
Okay.
I'm gonna just grab him.
Wait, let me place a mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Hands. Show me your hands. Do it now.
Goddamn fascists! You've got no right! I'm an American citizen!
Stay where you are and put your hands on your head. Don't make me tell you again.
Yeah? Or what?
It's a shit show, Cabo. It's a shit show.
Let's get back to it.
Okay,
Try
I got
that
him.
shit
I got
again
him.
and I'll put a bullet in both your legs.
And
Easy.
into the
Shut up
car.
and move.
Good job. Good job.
Get in. Okay. Yeah. We did it, sneaky. Ah.
Sure, something like that.
Stay down. I killed the guy when I was driving. Yippee. Cat, can I get a paw?
This is bullshit. You can't just arrest somebody for going to a fucking market.
Save it, Jensen. We know all about you and the cartel. What I don't get is this. You're a scientist, right? So what the hell were you doing at a place like the Witch Market?
Processing cocaine isn't just about solvents and reagents. Not the way I do it, at least. I get powders from the brew host that speed the process along and make the result more potent.
Yeah? Like what?
Like, fuck you. That's proprietary information. You want my secret recipe, you gotta pay for it.
Good talk. Nice little road trip.
Stop! I'm a scientist. You got no fucking right, you hear me?
Oh, we did toxic acids, we did toxic convoy, we did the refinery chief. So the chemical trail. And the chemical trail, actually, I think that Lone did it the last time. I think that was the last week's solo challenge. Are you trying to kill me?
Maybe.
Why are you trying to kill me? There's no maybe. I
Said
saw.
maybe.
I
Said
saw
maybe.
each time. Okay, last one, the chemical trail, you actually did the last week dailies. So you should have that one done as well.
Which one?
Chemical trail.
Well, where is that?
Hover over this province, right click, and there are all the missions.
It's red. Like the guy is dead in this area.
Yeah. You still have one that's not done, but that's a different one. Archangel, the second mission of Archangel. But the first mission doesn't start here.
What am I looking for? I'm sorry.
You are done with this province.
Yes.
The missions wise.
Yeah.
Kinda.
There's 5 out of 6. Yeah.
Yeah. The last one is the Operation Archangel. That's not a province-specific task mission. That's the Rainbow Six missions.
Oh, okay.
It's just that it's in here, that's all.
Oh, okay. How do I see those missions? Does it come in the base game or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one is gonna be in Caymanes. Wait, Caymanes? Or La Cruz? I think it's Caymanes. Yeah, it is Caymanes. Yeah, there's. The first one is gonna be in Caymanes. Then it's gonna bring you to La Cruz, and then it's gonna bring you here into Libertad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that like after we do all the provinces, if it makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah. Thank you guys for helping me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Chad, for chatting. Bye.
See you along.
Goodbye. Yeah.
How long are we playing? I don't know. Bruce, how long are we playing?
Bye-bye.
Hello. Oh, Lotus is gone. Already.
Lotus is here. Sorry.
Okay, I'll come back.
Yeah, thank you. Just went to grab some water. So Lone is gone?
Yep.
Lone's off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Alright.
Leo's asking how long we playing.
Oh, like how much longer we're gonna play?
Yep.
Maybe a little bit more. And you normally close out at a certain time either way, so
Yeah, that's normally in 3 hours.
yeah, I know.
So we're still staying some, Leo. Do you want to join? I presume that's why you are asking.
Leo's gonna join us?
Possibly.
Hey.
That's why I'm thinking that he's asking.
Well, you can't ask that and then not join. Can't get our hopes up like
Let me
that.
finish the ice cream, then I'll join. Okay.
Ice cream? Wait, what kind of ice cream?
The cold one.
Oh my goodness. I almost said your real name again. Let me explain something to you. Okay? You're going to be nice to me for the remainder of this stream. You're going to be nice. You're going to be kind. You're going to be a gentleman. Because I know you got it deep, 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 deep down in there somewhere. Okay? You're not gonna act up in front of everybody. You understand? You're gonna behave and you're gonna be a good doggo.
Nah.
And you might get a treat. Oh man? Okay.
Napolitan. Never be afraid to scoop across all 3 flavors. Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Hey there, Benji. Welcome in.
Ooh. Hello, Benji.
Welcome in. I'm actually out of ice cream. I have to get some tomorrow.
You're welcome, Lone. And thank you.
Thank you. Well,
You know what? I love that, Leo, living on the edge. Because a lot of people do. Like, they'll just pick either or like, they'll pick all 3, but they don't, like, they need it, like, separated. Like, they got some type of, like they're sketchy about the ice cream touching. And it's like, it's okay. Just live life on the edge a little bit, you know?
you should tell me when you're on so I can reinstall. I am on each and every Saturday, Benji. Each and every Saturday, 2 hours ago, starting.
Well, I hope to have some fun with them, as we did with Lone. I'm gonna see who comes up with the most creative way to die.
Thanks for the laugh and almost me passing out laughing. Haven't laughed that hard in a bit. What the heck, Lo?
Lone, you might have some competition though. They might come up with more creative ways to die. You know?
Who says we're dying?
We're... I mean, we're more than likely gonna die. More than likely.
Okay.
Oh wait, is there a helo here?
No.
No?
Not in this one.
Alright, so what are we doing next?
Well, I don't know. Want to do another survival?
Ooh. Okay.
Wait, that's right. I need to wear my headset and join Discord. Determined. Okay, Lee.
Yep, take your time. Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Architect. And this time we'll let Leo choose.
Ew. Okay. Mm.
Yeah, give me a sec, Leo. Bringing up the browser. Alright. Hello.
Hello there, good people.
Hello, Leo.
Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna do...
So how do you see the extreme?
Extreme.
Exactly.
Is that an insider?
It's
Yeah, pretty
it was
much.
a game. Yeah, it was a game that in one of the cutscenes, when the guy somebody jumps into like an electric temporal storm or something like that, and the guy says extreme. I just don't remember the game name right now, but it became a thing.
Yeah.
Alright, invite
Okay.
sent.
Got it. I think they may have done something to the servers because now the game connects a lot faster.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yes, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I just started the game and left because I'm too used to it.
There have been a few updates.
Oh, and one more time. Where's the link for?
You still didn't save it?
I lose
I
it.
don't know it, so I have to give me a second.
Thank you.
Are we doing survival?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Hello. Your character reminds me of another game. Okay.
Not Discord, in my push chat.
Ah, that's where you put it. Okay.
Yeah, just like last time.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
Oh yeah, and Leo, you choose the extraction point now.
Okay, let's start in Itaqua and extract on Villa Verde on the far right. Oh!
Hear that?
Where? Oh wow.
The usual Unidad patrol. Hilo.
The helo. Okay.
Hey, did you say start in Itaqua?
Oh, no. Not Itaqua. What's the name?
Inca Camina.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Reinforcements incoming.
I asked the rebels to send over.
Leo,
a
where are
vehicle
you
for us.
from?
Born in Puerto Rico, living in the United States.
Yeah, those words rolled a little different. I was like, yeah, that's Spanish.
I got eyes on another one.
And Villa Verde where? The corner. Okay. Oh, that's right. The children's hut one is in Cayman, it's not Villa Verde.
Right.
Okay. So that's the extract. Guess.
Wait, where are we extracting?
Villa Verde.
Northeastern corner of the map. Top right. All the way. Now we are starting bottom left. Southwest. In Inca Camina. You guys can teleport to Inca Camina, Charlie. It's gonna be a long flight. Did you manage to get the link?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Leo, you still have it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I asked Pakatari to send us a vehicle.
Oh.
Hang on, I'll drive.
I really like this area
I don't know.
with the snow. I hate that the biome is so small though.
Where the hell are you? Right. Make sure your HUD's off.
He's off.
Whatever you say, guys.
Let's see. Or guys.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I guess not. We went out of the border. That's the problem if you don't have the HUD on.
Oh wow. There's not really a lot here. Well, from the air, it doesn't look like a lot to loot.
From the air, huh? Did you jump out?
Yes?
Oh,
I never saw you jumping.
me neither.
I'm
We just spawned in.
parachuting.
Do you want to jump again, Leo? Or, well,
Sure.
jump.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
Oh, there she is. Bye.
Hi. Bye. I just follow this. And I should reach the... I should reach the safe house.
Oh,
Oh, I lost connection.
I was about to ask what was that? Yeah,
Why?
disconnected.
I know.
So much for the server working better now.
Do you still see me online?
I still haven't joined.
Oh. Otis left as well.
Excuse me? No. Oh, I did. My friends are here. Hi. Yeah. That's so weird. What just happened?
Yes, Ubisoft.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try and reload this thing. Hmm.
You left the game?
Yeah, now everybody appears offline. No, I'm still in the world.
Yeah, you I see, but Lotus I don't see on. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking.
no. I'm gonna do a reload just in case it changes anything or makes it better or whatever.
Okay. I just sent you an invite, Leo.
Got it. On my way.
Let me know when you are back in. Or you should be able to join, actually. wonder if I should have started another session as well.
I don't know. Ubisoft is being
I mean, you can just go to the menu, main menu.
Yeah, but I didn't before inviting you. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if I should have.
Not too late if you want to.
I guess.
Okay, I'm getting an error to connect to Ubisoft.
In the game, red.
No,
Oh.
like to log in.
The launcher?
Yeah. That's crazy.
So they're having issues with the servers then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Invite sent to the new session.
Got it.
I asked
Well,
Pacatari
then
to
it
send
might be just time for me to do a little lurk. I don't know.
Buckle up, people.
Ubisoft, come on.
What is happening with Ubisoft right now?
They saw my tattoo.
Oh, your title. What's wrong with the title? I mean,
They're freaking definitive edition shit.
I brought the curse of Fridays on Saturday.
What? It's Saturday.
Exactly.
You should be bringing just the rain. Welcome back, Lone. Alone, where did you bring the internet? What did you do with the Ubisoft servers? Let's see.
this is interesting. Yeah, I can't even log into it. Okay. Sure.
Close the launcher, and if you have it on Steam, close Steam also.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's Ubisoft. 865 reports already in the past 17 minutes or 70 minutes ago.
Maybe the definitive edition is actually selling, and their servers cannot take the stress.
Right. They have the same server, both for their store and their games. All their games.
Right.
Having a situation, what situation are you having, Lo? I'm afraid to restart the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to get back in. It's
Yeah.
not happening. Yep. Okay.
I'm
I
not
think I'm
using
just
the,
gonna lurk for now, guys. So yeah. Thanks for
well,
having me. I'll
thank you
join
for
up
the
the
game.
chat in a bit.
And wait, what's up with yours, Leo?
The invitation that you sent me said that the session, your session, was unreachable. You can try again.
Do
I'm
you
in the
still
world.
see me?
No, but I do get the invitations.
Yeah, resend.
Got it. Okay, it says I'm joining your team.
Yeah.
I'm here for now.
I was about to say. Hopefully more than just for now.
I'll fly.
Okay, this time I will try not to fly outside.
All right.
Hold off. Okay.
For a moment I thought, wait, I have to use the parachute,
I mean, not necessarily, but I would recommend.
right?
Alright, I'm boots on ground. Now I am on the side of a mountain. Looking down at the small lake.
Okay.
West.
I am at the house where the road ends. On top of the mountain.
The house where the road ends.
Yep. There's a jeep here. And a few guys.
Oh, okay. Like in the corner of the map, basically.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna be going down into that village next to the lake.
Okay.
Have you been playing the game?
No, it's been a while. Hope I remember how to knock out these guys.
I would say ask Lone, but he's trying to find out as well. as he's playing. Alright, I'm at the end of the lake.
Right.
This car, an MPX. The regular MPX. Thank you for the lurk, Lotus. Oh, wait, doesn't this have a boat? I think it doesn't. Doesn't look like it does. Not a usable one anyway.
I'm taking fire.
Oh, from up there? At the house?
Yeah, okay. I'm leaving. I'm just gonna reposition. I got a weapon.
Okay. No, thank you. Sucks that it doesn't work for you. Ubisoft with the right timing. It's like Unity. This hero's empty. I found car keys.
Nice.
In a car. Well, truck. That's 1 minute. Start. Sniper rifle, awesome. G28.
¿Qué fue eso, pues? Ya me picó el mosquito.
Yeah, let's keep looking around.
And that guy killed himself with a grenade. Okay, so I got 5 bodies and 1 car to search.
Still up there. Still up there.
Yes.
Okay. What the heck? This town is empty? There's one car and that's it? There we go. That's what I thought. A motorbike, which is empty, and a car, which is also empty. At the gas station.
Machine gun. Okay, so I'm just gonna follow the road, and there's gonna be a camp and then the town.
Yep. I'm refueling. Then from here I would have to go all the way around to get to you.
Okay, maybe meet me at the town, if you can.
Yeah, I'll try to take a shortcut.
I have one of those Spectre scopes, so I can scout ahead.
Alright, there we go. And full tank. Gotta go. Gotta go. Which way? There's that. Probably that way. Okay. Attempt. Is it that way? It might be actually that way. Okay, let's go this way. We shall see.
See two, maybe three guys at the camp. A helo and a jeep.
And this is gonna be a problem like this. Gonna use up all the fuel without getting there. Should have taken the minivan. And I think I did take the wrong
Yes,
valley.
and the helo reinforcement, I'm still good. Wasn't expecting that.
Helo reinforcement.
Yes,
What?
out of nowhere. Well, Santa Blanca.
Isn't that the Unidad Helo?
No, it's a little bird. It's a white.
The heck? They don't have alarms there.
Yeah, that's the weird part. Is it maybe because they have a sergeant here?
It wasn't like that. The only thing that would call in, and actually that would call in a big white halo as well, is the alarm. No small bird would be called in from Santa Blanca at all.
There's a bunch of dead people inside the halo, so I guess I can loot them, no? No, the thing blew up.
Yeah. Yep. Probably faster if I just get out and run. Left of the fuel.
Okay, 4 guys down, I think. Should be clear.
Alright, well, that was pretty much useless.
I found a noisemaker drone.
Nice.
Moving on to the town.
Copy. We're going up on a mountain. This time on foot. But there is the statue, so it should be on the other side of this mountain. Welcome back, DC. Again.
Oops. Wrong button.
What did you do?
I threw a grenade, ignore that. Nobody died.
Come on, you can get up. Yeah, that way. But I'm not sure. I think this might be out of bounds. Okay, guess we're gonna find out.
You said you can drive cars.
Yes.
Hey, DC.
Where the fuck are you going? To meet up Leo in the town in Inca Camina. That southwestern town. Dang it. There we go. Well, trying to anyway. We're in a GRW survival. I think this is going to be out of bounds. Ah, there we go. I see the town. I'm going downhill now. To it. Are you good?
Yes. So I have a noisemaker drone, suppressed pistol, and machine gun and submachine gun.
Okay. I have an MPX, a G28, and a key core.
Alright. We could use the jeep that is on the camp if you want. But then we would have to backtrack. There's nothing else around here.
There are a couple of cars in between the camp and the town.
This is true.
Where are you? Still at the camp?
The town.
Oh, you are at the town. Okay.
There's a helicopter on the... what is this?
Yes, I'm right there.
Yeah, the black helo.
Yep.
There you are.
Yeah, those two cars. That one and the one on the right of the boulder.
Oh. Didn't see the one on the boulder, okay.
That's a spawn point, the one at the boulder. So there is usually a car there.
There is a jeep on top of the mountain, and there is a jeep by the camp. Plus another vehicle in between. But, you know, that seems like a lot of backtracking if we have these here.
Yeah. We can probably take the minibus.
Okay, if that is a spawn point, maybe they have a box for ammo?
Yep, they do.
Well, let's go there again.
Did you get the heal already?
Yep. Got
Okay.
a pistol from there.
And there's also the jeep uphill. To the right. With the Yeti. You can't see it from here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the unit had bodies. And the disc. Alright, this car is empty. What about the van?
Let's see. Nothing.
I'll drive.
We can do 2 minutes.
How long? 2 minutes. Ready.
Where the heck was it? Further up? Oh, yeah,
Should we
here.
try to go east from here?
No, up to you.
So you have to stay in the southern part of the map.
Can stop it. I can change to this actually.
Great.
And you can have the keys. And that is how much?
We had 1 minute and 11.
Okay,
So about
2 minutes and some.
Yeah.
Ready. Alright, I just started it. Why waited for that 11? Approximately. That's the lake that I was at.
There's a gas station down there?
Yes. But I don't think we're gonna make it. There is a car like straight ahead at the end of the lake though. Might be able to make it there.
Shitballs.
It's 1 minute. Oh, there's a truck straight ahead. That's the one that I took, but it respawned, so. There we go. That's +1, and that's 1.5 minutes. Ready.
Okay, I guess we go to town and find the gas station.
Yep.
We go.
Down this road for now. And up here, go right. It should be on the left. Yeah, this one. All right. Now 1 minute. I started the timer for it.
I have a noisemaker drone that you can have.
You're not gonna use it?
If I'm gonna be driving, I won't be able to.
Okay. Make it. I didn't get rid of the car keys either, so. Please make our drone. 25 seconds. And 5, 3, 2, 1. Full tank.
Okay, so let me see the map.
If you follow this road, it's gonna bring up to the base that is basically behind us, uphill. With the.
This is Halupe Alto.
I have no idea. I don't know the name. It's right next to
it's at the
the...
bottom of the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would take us to the checkpoint, which is
Yes.
quite dangerous. There's also Inca Camino Delta going south. Archaeological site. There's a long distance. Wait. Well, there are vehicles in the archaeological site also. We can refuel there. And then there's a checkpoint afterwards.
I think. I'm not entirely sure which one is the archaeological site.
It has a fence in the front with some front loaders in it.
With the antenna next to it, attached to
I
it.
think so, maybe. But I think the best approach would be to take on the checkpoint, because there's gonna be more people to loot and more vehicles.
This one behind us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one on top of the hill here.
Yeah, sure. That's what I was thinking as well. I was thinking to keep going. Oh. Okay, started.
Going. And I'm stopping here.
Envoy, yellow.
We got a chopper. Tango marked, but he's got a civilian nearby. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
I see 3 motorbikes next to the...
We got a mounted weapon.
The building at the entrance.
Mm-hmm. There's a pickup and a box truck.
Yep. And I know there's a kilo next to the house on the hill.
Okay.
And a Hummer on the opposite side. Opposite entrance to the checkpoint.
How many alarms are here? I only see one.
I think that's only that one.
Remember, you got the drone.
Alarm is down.
Shut the damn alarm off.
Okay.
Deploying drone.
There's gonna be somebody in the bunker right ahead with a...
Marking an enemy.
Possibly a machine gun.
Yep. There's also 1, 2.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Yeah. 2 trucks. And another box truck.
There are light panels here.
Over here. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
We can try attacking from here.
I'm checking the uphill house.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
There's one sleeping in there, upstairs. One with a binocular looking towards us.
Yep, next to the light.
Yep. He's moving now.
There's a heavy down by the pickup truck. I think I'm gonna keep an eye on that.
Got eyes on a tango. He's got a lot of background.
Okay, there's one regular at the minigun. Alright.
If you take the minigun, I take the heavy.
I don't think I can take the minigun from here. Going uphill some. Across the road.
If you want to infiltrate, I'll hold.
Tango
Because it's no.
up. At the light. Down. Yeah, I'm not sure of my shot with the guy at the minigun, so I'm not gonna. I am going to take him. But close up.
Okay, I'll take the heavy then. Heavy's down.
Copy. Assault rifle P416 Savior.
Car.
I see it. P416 Savior. I'm going to take that because it is quiet. Where's the car? Did they get out?
Over by my position.
Oh. They're running uphill. Oh wait, why?
Hold on, I just... The vehicle is still here, yeah.
Yeah.
They went uphill?
Yes. They ran up here.
Okay. So I can loot their vehicle.
Yeah. It does look clear. And they keep running uphill. Far now.
ACS 12.
Yeah, I'm gonna move in the guy.
Okay, I'm gonna come up from the railroad.
He's down. And he has nothing. Careful, I think heavy on the left. Under the roof. I did see movement, I'm not sure who. Maybe he's inside. Was inside his. There he is. Okay.
Tango down.
Nice.
Regular with machine guns. Uzis.
Yep. Anything?
Nothing.
Heavy down. Across the road.
We've got a sergeant here.
Copy. Once I loot this heavy, I'm gonna go up in the house. Because there's still a guy that was sleeping there. Shotgun fel obsequia.
Nope. Submachine gun operation.
Good. But he's still sleeping. He's sleeping forever. He doesn't have anything.
Two down on the second floor here.
I'm gonna go ahead and clear the minigun nests. Or, well, one minigun nest. And checkpoint. To the... what's that? East? West? East? To the east. Road.
Compact machine gun, Scorpion Skull.
The handgun, but no. Not that one. One down. Doesn't have anything.
We got a mounted weapon.
Down.
Moving to the next building.
Okay. He doesn't have anything either. What the heck? Unit at
Someone
Hilo
at the
passing.
checkpoint.
I'm going towards it. He's moving up.
Mine's in a small group of tangos.
He's down. Unit at on the road.
Okay, I'm staying inside.
They got out. They stopped because of my shots. LT passing by as well.
Drone is airborne. I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
They left, and they left the heavy behind, which is taking the Hummer. So we don't have the Hummer to loot anymore.
Okay.
But they are gone. There are 3 more motorbikes here. And this other entrance as well. Deimos crossbow. Want it?
No.
Okay.
Okay, this building is clear.
Few more guys sleeping. They're down upstairs across the road.
And checking the ground level.
Copy. They both don't have anything. Upstairs clear.
Downstairs clear.
I think we might be clear. Fully.
Did you clear up the hill completely?
Yeah, there was only one guy sleeping.
Alright.
I am going back to it though. Double checking and then looting the helo. Yeah, nobody else upstairs. And helo's empty.
Alright. Did you check the pickup and the box truck?
I didn't check any other vehicles. One more guy? Or, no, that's you.
Let me check the motorcycles here.
Okay, I'm gonna check the other three, the opposite entrance. They're full training coming. Oh hey, the Hummer is back.
That was fast.
Yeah. Handgun Whisper. That I do want. Compact machine gun SMG-11. And nothing. Checking the Hummer. Nothing.
G28 rookie sniper rifle.
You don't want it?
No, I got machine gun.
Then change my G28. Wait, is that actually silenced? Let me check.
I actually don't know if I have the rifle.
G28 rookie. It is silenced.
Okay, nothing on the pickup and the first box truck I've been seeing.
Unit at.
Okay, we're good there.
Yeah. I see them.
Eyes in a small group of tangos.
All right. That pickup is still there on the road. They just ran away. Nope. They ran uphill, never saw them again.
The jetty ate them. Our jeep is still there too.
So wait, what did you get? What did you loot? Vehicles wise?
The 3 motorcycles by the bunker, the pickup and the box truck next to them.
The white pickup?
Yes.
Okay.
That's about it.
Alright, so there's still another box truck, a red pickup, and another motorbike.
Alright. How much time was left in the clock for this car?
4:34.
Okay, I'm just gonna bring it closer.
Okay. Submachine gun P90 Glory.
I just saw that.
Unit at.
Nobody ever liked it, so.
They're passing. I mean, I do take that usually if I don't have already something. Because it is silenced. And it has the reflex sight.
Are you gonna use it?
No, I already have a silenced assault.
Okay, then I'll take that and switch my PSG.
Okay. So that's one. Oh shit, not keep. Load. The bike is empty. And checking the last pickup box truck. EMP drone. So you can take one of the drones.
Nice.
Which one you taking?
I'll take the noisemaker.
Okay. EMP then. Okay, that's about it looting wise here.
Okay. I am by the tracks behind the water tower. There's a box truck next to it.
Back to full
Hope this thing's
tank,
got plenty
ready.
of gas.
Let me see where we're going from here. Okay, I guess we go north.
Okay, up to you. I drive.
Moving. Someplace up here.
Yeah, there are a bunch of tangos as well. There's one on the left. Here's one.
I take left.
Deploying drone. I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
A regular.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
Two on the right. They're moving right now.
That's one less
I'm
bad
looking at
guy.
a small group of
One
tangos.
heavy. Copy. One heavy in the front going your side, maybe. Negative. One inside. Two inside.
Two down up front.
Confirmed. Very good. Two inside and one in the corner. Opposite corner. One coming out.
That tango's
Inside out, that's out. And the opposite corner on the other side of the Jeep. Confirm.
He's down.
Should be all clear.
Okay, I take 3, you take 3.
Copy. Inside empty.
AK-47.
I'm good. Last killed empty.
Key to the plane.
The key to the boat from the Jeep.
And nothing else.
Front empty.
I got the box truck and the Hummer.
I'll be waiting at the car.
Okay, nothing. I guess we're ready to start heading up
Bank.
northeast.
Okay. Ready?
Here we go.
Fucking hell!
Wait, what keys did you find?
Mausoleums look cute in comparison to the others.
SB
Out to the plane. Okay, so we were
I've got
set.
a healthy enough ego to say I want something like this when I die. What are you, a SEAL? Because I don't know any quiet professionals who'd need something like this.
Four minutes.
Something up here. Let's stop.
Okay. 349.
If nothing, I think we can just kill and take the fuel and keep going.
Copy.
There should be vehicles in here.
Yeah, some vehicles and some tangos. One heavy.
Eyes on a small group of tangos. I'm looking at a
One
small
regular.
group of tangos. I got a third.
One at the entrance.
Eyes on a small group of
Second
tangos.
heavy.
I got
One
another. That's
lieutenant.
5.
Okay, I'm on the left.
Copy.
Tango
One
down.
heavy down.
Confirmed. Second heavy down. Three more. Moving to the entrance. Entrance clear.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Target is down.
Bunker clear. On the left.
Copy. One more extra at the below the roof.
Multiple. 2 at least.
That
One
tango's down.
I believe he's by the tent.
Lieutenant, I got him. I am at the tent.
Okay.
Inside diner clear. Password clear.
get him with the explosion? Oh, nobody here.
He's here on the left. He's down. Where
He's
you came
cowering
in.
by the jeep. I see him.
Copy. Oh, that should be the lieutenant. Yeah, that's the lieutenant. Don't see anybody else. Joseph's.
Okay, we can bring the car and refuel. Unless you wanna keep searching for like helo key.
Yeah, while you bring the car, I'll search.
Okay.
You are going towards the helo, right?
Yes.
Search the helo as well.
Alright.
Another car key.
Nice.
Deimos crossbow.
Jackdaw pistol. You said you needed a pistol.
I'm good. I already have one, the Whisper. El Obsequio again. Shotgun. Nothing, nothing. Nothing. 357 Joker. Pistol. Now the bodies. Nothing. Handgun La Novena. Let me see if that's any better, but I don't think so. Oh yeah, that's the Desert Eagle. And another Deimos crossbow. I don't know about the ones that you killed, so...
Alright, I'll drive.
Full tank ready.
Okay, here we go.
Shit balls.
Car is down.
Alright. There's a car just up here. A minivan. Not a minivan, a van.
Should we count these as fuel?
I guess we can. How much?
I guess since we lost the vehicle, we shouldn't count the full tank. So this is just a regular minute.
Well, no, that's actually not that far, so... It can be a full tank.
Yeah.
Alright, ready? What's happening?
More enemies to loot.
Marking target. Watch the background. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
Are you getting the Madre Coca speech?
No.
I am.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Close the sniper down.
Marking a tango. He's close to that local. Eyes on a small group of
They got a
tangos.
generator over here. Want to shut off their lights? Tango down. We got,
I got
a
eyes
mounted
on a
weapon.
mounted weapon.
One down in the bunker here.
Okay.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Kill confirmed.
Under fire. Sniper down in tower.
Copy.
Tango down.
Fucking hell!
So good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm up in the tower, by the way. The minigun tower. I'm still good.
I count 4 down at least.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
5. Six. 7, 8.
Nine. I did get the clear sound, but
Okay. I'm gonna do 9. Let's see.
okay.
Another key to the plane.
Yeah.
Various weapons. And nothing else.
Okay. I'm in there.
We can go to Barbados and take a plane.
Sure. Heard it.
Maybe take the main road.
Didn't expect a dam this big out here.
Yeah, the locals use it for irrigation. Seems like overkill. I reckon somebody was optimistic about agriculture in Bolivia.
Stopping here.
No hay señales de enemigos por aquí. Continúe la búsqueda. Perdimos contacto con el enemigo.
409. Okay.
Target number 3.
Sounds like they're getting out of the car. Just keep going front.
Okay.
On the tracks.
Lost them.
You can just go left off the tracks. I mean, off the road. You're gonna end up pretty much in Itaqua.
We're not getting out.
Yeah, that's fine. There's the Charlie, I think. Wherever we're bringing the...
The Lambo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Convoy. From the right.
Still good. Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, there you are. I lost your process.
There is a car on the left. On the road.
Where's
Yeah. Could be a Santa Blanca car, but without any enemies around. I think that's the one.
Yep. There's a tractor here.
Usable, so.
Of course, there's nothing in it.
Okay, I'm at the truck.
Right behind you.
And Deimos crossbow. And 1 minute ready. Two, three, 4. $442. Big truck empty.
EMP drone.
I already have it already.
I'm gonna switch it. No, I can keep it, right?
Yep, you can have both.
Collect all the drones.
The other
Nothing else.
one is empty as well. Ready. Tank. Truck is empty.
Okay. Empty. Ready?
Ready. You said Barvechos.
Yeah, so that we can get a plane. Oh, there's another truck over here.
What the heck? They just moved us over. Ready?
Okay, and we're going this way.
Yep. careful, because there are tangos here.
Nothing in the cars.
Okay. Ready?
Another crossbow.
SMG 11 and motorbike keys.
HDU moribunds.
Got another tango.
HDI, you mean?
Yeah, HDI.
Ready. Don't forget to hydrate, guys. Don't forget to hydrate. Turn left, turn left. Ice is bringing us into a Coro across the bridge. To the right. To the right again.
Wait, we're not dead end?
Keep going on this. Turn left. And left. Follow this road. Yeah, we should end up on the main road, right next to another bridge from Okoro. And left.
Damn, haven't seen anything like this since I was in the sandbox.
Here,
Sandbags,
there's a
barbed
car.
wire,
That
observation
checkpoint.
posts.
this checkpoint.
Rebels must be giving Santa Blanca hell.
Bet these cartel assholes never thought they'd be spending their time dodging snipers and IEDs. Karma sure can be a bitch sometimes.
144.
Tango down.
He has flashbangs.
Nice. Nothing in the cars.
Copy that.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Sniper down. There is an ammo crate here if you want. So that's plus 2 minutes, 3:44.
Hope this thing's got plenty of gas.
Ready?
Am I going straight or taking a right here?
Now straight. To San Mateo. Pretty much end up in San Mateo anyway, but yeah. Hey there, Brett. Welcome in. Left.
Hey, Brett.
Somewhere. Right here. How you doing, Brett? And left here as well. .30. How's the gaming? You know, Ubisoft being Ubisoft, but other than that, good. You're just doing some purely survival.
Silver mine over there.
Santa Blanca took them all over in the
Getting to Barbados Airport to get
As far as the miner's concerned, what's the difference
a
between
plane
the two? One boss is as bad
to
as another
fly
when
to
you
the
drag them all on
extraction
the ground.
all the way in Villa Verde. A corner.
Damn, look at that. Barbados Plata mine.
I guess Santa Blanca owns this too now.
1:30.
They've got their hands in every Bolivian industry. The billion-dollar question is who's buying from? Oil from drug cartels and terror groups, minerals, they all get into the market somehow.
Okay. From here, I don't
Left.
remember where we're going.
Right here. There should be a couple of guys at the entrance.
Barbados Airport up ahead. Stay sharp. It's under SB control.
How does a drug cartel just take over a fucking airport?
I guess when they threaten to shoot any departing flight out of the air, you figure it's safer to take the train.
Still being seen back. Oh, that's how.
God damn, that was close.
Thank you.
Alright.
I got it. I'll fly.
And that should be 4 minutes. Since we have 2 planes here.
Okay, 4 minutes ready.
Alright, go on.
Hemos perdido contacto con las tropas enemigas. Todas las unidades mantengan su información de búsqueda. El enemigo ha retrocedido. Todas las unidades
Villa
regresen a su
Verde.
patrullaje normal.
How's it going for you, Britt? I see your operations are succeeding. Don't forget to hydrate, guys.
Thank you.
England versus Norway, stressing me out. It's 1-1 at 90 minutes now on extra time.
2 minutes.
Copy. Hopefully we can make it to maybe Via Verde Airport to refuel there. Okay, never mind, we won't. There's nothing closer.
What minute? I guess we can follow the river from here and get to.
Yep.
Seconds.
This lockdown damn good for a barn.
Back home, all we ever needed for a barn was a
seconds.
padlock.
Barns back home must not have anything worth stealing.
Not worth as much as a
5,
couple tons of coca,
4,
anyway.
3, 2, 1.
I almost made it to Via Verde. Some vehicle up ahead on the right side of the road. You want to include reality.
Oh, he almost got me.
A minivan on the right side of the road.
There's a dog over there.
What's going on there?
We can use this.
I got it. I'll drive.
And it has a Desert Tech HDI BTC. Good to go.
Ready? Here we go.
Second. Am
I going the right way?
I guess so. 5 seconds. That's it. Plus 1 minute.
Gas from that.
Alta gracia. Oh, 20 seconds. 15. 10. 5. 3, 2, 1. We might have, but I didn't see a way to the right.
Right.
Alta Gracia is already Espiritu Santo.
Right.
Going west.
So we have to cut across somewhere.
That up there is the church where we steal the Bible, I think.
The church is near the water. If we find the big body of water, we go across and we should be near where we need to be.
What's that down there?
Drone is up.
Yeah, need to go east from here.
Drone is airborne.
There is a road going east that ends up on the main road. Then we still have to keep going.
There's a trail that we can follow that will end up on the road here.
Yep. That's the one that I was talking about. We're gonna still have to go off-road. Oh.
Not the worst playthrough, just the first one that we get lost.
don't remember there in Via Verde how to go further from the city.
And the airport, I do remember that it's like adjacent to the city. It's not in the city like in Barbados.
Yeah. I know the airport itself, I know where it was. Is when we went into the city. As soon as we got into the city, we should have taken right. That's where the airport is.
See, if you look uphill, there's some lights in the horizon. That's where we need to go.
That's the one, yep. Well, that's the opposite side of it. The opposite end of it.
Right, right.
That's where all Santa Blanca is. I do see a bridge, saw a bridge that we will probably have to cross. Yep, see it from here.
Yep, it ends up in a farmhouse.
Reality.
Go downhill here. I'm just trying to go where there's moonlight because I can't see the rocks.
There's the road in front of us. It should lead to the bridge. Yep. It's the bridge.
Hopefully we won't die.
Right.
¿Ustedes quiénes son?
I was gonna say that there are enemies here, but that is in Fallen Ghosts. Some place that looks like this.
Yeah. Couple of cars.
¿Cómo anda, camarada?
Wanna drive there or just walk?
Um,
It's gonna be too far.
Walking should be fine, I guess. Not sure because I don't see anything. Where we should be getting to.
Right, let's use the drone.
I think I do see the road. It's right in front of us now.
Yep.
Any changes, Brit? Now we're pretty close to the right side. See Dominican Tower.
More left.
We got a mounted weapon.
Tango was up
Eyes
ahead.
on a small group of
The
tangos.
building.
I see
Nobody's stressing. Yep. Oh, I'm outside.
Do you see anyone else?
I kept going left. Like off below the rocks.
I'm looking at a small
Yeah,
group
there
of
is one
tangos.
more. At least.
Target is down.
No.
Confirmed.
Heading to the plane.
I'll fly.
No, that was not for you, Lotus. that was for us. Well, for me, more exactly. Where the fuck are you going?
Shit balls.
Just check Ubisoft is okay. Now, when we finish, it gets back to normal. Yeah.
I was gonna say that was a really far flight. Where's the end of the edge?
Further than Inca Camina. It seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention in Inca Camina. Because I know that there is that village, Nuevo Mundo, where we've met. It's like in a... What do you call it?
A valley?
It's further south, like on the map. So on the right of it, it's out of bounds. Half-time extra time to 1 to England. I'm gonna sleep for a bit. Me too, but not just for a bit. set everything back. Where am I setting back? That's not what I'm supposed to setting back. Alright, good night, Lotus. Or not good night. Whatever. Sweet dreams. Have a good nap.
Something like that, right?
There we go. There we go. The Leo that we know. All right. Actually,
I'm gonna fly to the.
Where are we? Yeah.
The island.
Yep. Interesting that it spawned us on this side.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
I have a better nap when Brit gets in the kitchen and makes my tea. He still owes me one back. He's stressed out now, Lotus. He's stressed out now.
Yeah, I don't think
because of the football, soccer, World Cup or whatever. I don't even know that thing.
All of the above.
Yeah, pretty much.
FIFA.
And Romania is big on soccer, but I hate it. So, World Cup. Yeah, there we go. World Cup. Don't you blah 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 woof with me here, Shadow. You blah 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 woof woof. Are you going to sleep? Alright, good night, Shadow. Sweet dreams.
Have a good one, amigo.
Thanks for being around. We're not gonna make this. I'm not even gonna try. Right now. I thought we had a flying boat again on the right, but it was just a smoke. And today, somebody, you know this cave here to the right with the bonus medal? Today somebody just sent me a message that in his 6 years of playing he never saw it.
How is that even possible? Did you get the intel? Did you get that part? Well,
I
they don't collect.
think, yeah, they don't collect, and I think they mainly play ghost mode. That's why they don't collect. But yeah, he said that he's gonna collect now everything and find all new sorts of places. See, and there we go. That's training.
Yeah, well, that's the place to end it then.
All right, Leo. Well, thank you for joining. It's been a while.
Thank you for the game.
Maybe you can join next week as well if you want.
We'll
Help
see
us.
if I'm around.
Well, yeah. Help us with loans missions. All right. But I am going to call it here as well, guys. Here. There. Okay. That I don't need anymore. That I do need. I also need this. All right. Let's see if... Who was it? Mr. Reckless is still alive, but he's not. Or maybe he wasn't. He's just not doing Wildlands. Nah, he's not live at all. Nobody we know. Or nobody that does Wildlands do we know. At least I don't recognize any names. Oh well. Alright. But I'm gonna call it here. So, thank you very much for everybody for being here. I hope to see you on the next one. Whatever that's gonna be. Maybe I'm gonna try again to squeeze some stream in the during the week as well, like I did with the Dishonored one. I do want to play that game and to finish it and then move on to Dishonored 2. I still have to continue on stream with Ghost of Tsushima. And unfortunately, we won't have a Ghost of Yotei on PC. Because fuck PlayStation, that's why, or Sony. But, oh well. Maybe they will change their minds eventually. But anyway, until next time, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. And you have a good one there, guys. Bye-bye.